Hello! Day 37. And we're jumping into functional programming once again. Hope you guys are doing as well as always. Things aren't too chaotic in whatever it is that you're getting up to. I'm pretty excited to be making progress, not gonna lie. Because that means the quicker we get this done, the quicker we get to work on projects. So how exciting is that? Cool, so let us continue. Use the filter method to extract data from an array. Another useful array function is array.prototype.filter, or simply filter. It's good that they're specifying. Yesterday I was a little bit confused, but then the moment I figured it out, it's like array, like the object, has a prototype which has a method, filter. And that's really all it was. So I was like, no ways. So the filter method returns a new array, which is at most as long as the original array, but usually has fewer items. Filter doesn't alter the original array. Just like map, it takes a callback function that applies the logic inside the callback on each element of the array. If an element returns true based on the criteria in the callback function, then it is included in the new array. The variable watchlist holds an array of objects with information on several movies. Use a combination of filter and map to return a new array of objects with only title and rating keys. But where IMDb rating is greater than or equal to 8, note that the rating values are saved as strings in the object, and you may want to convert them into numbers to perform mathematical operations on them. Okie. So first things first. Watchlist. So watchlist.filter which we're gonna have element here. And let's just see what element is. As is right now. It's probably gonna return object, yeah. So we need to return a new array of objects with only title and rating keys. If I go element dot, is it title? Do they have it lowercase, uppercase? They have it uppercase, I guess, right? Yeah, there we go. So in filter, let's just go read up on filter quickly. Because we have to add our filter in there. Which has a function. What if we do... We also need element dot... Was it IMDb rating? Yeah, IMDb rating. There we go. So we got the IMDb ratings. Are they not a number? Is that a string? It's a string. So how do we... we can pass int, right? So we could do like pass int element.imdb rating. So that should give us oh, hold on. There you go. Oh, the only problem is pass int. We need a pass float in this case, because integers can't have decimals. There we go. And then we need to do a type of, just to make sure, yeah, it is a number. So we're working with a number now. So now that we know that's a number, we could do if pass float element.imdb rating is greater than, what was the minimum? Greater than or equal to 8.0. Then I want you to console.log the titles for me, please. We're not going to pass anything here. We're just going to go element dot title. So the ones that match are Inception, Interstellar, The Dark Knight, and Batman Begins. No, Batman. Right? What's 7.9 on the initial list? Avatar, right. Avatar doesn't make it. Avatar was a pretty decent movie. I'm surprised that doesn't... Is that correct? Has Avatar only got a 7.9 rating? Really? That low? 7.8 now, it even went down, jeez. That's surprising, I would have thought it would be a bit better. I mean, the unique world and all? Only a 7.8? Huh. Then again, the Titanic's got a 7.8. Ratings have dropped over the years, jeez. What has happened? Pretty sure like, way back when it was first released, this must have had like a higher rating. Because it's got 1 million now. Who are the people that don't like it and give it a 1? These are naysayers. They have to be. Like, who gives it a 1? Let's be honest. A 4 or 5. Who gives it a 1? Like, less than 4. Who does that? These are just a bunch of haters. Has to be. Interesting. Yeah, and then there's the Avatar 2, 2020. Jeez. How exciting is that gonna be? Wow. I mean, we had Avengers and now we've got Avatar 2. I'm amped for that. I can't wait. Anyway, back to this. So I think we got it working now. Pass float greater than 8.0, and then we need to return a new array of objects with only title and rating keys. So we got that. So this needs to be element.title, element.imdb rating. Trying to think now. Nope, that's oh wait, they return a new object with only title and rating keys. Okay, so you're saying title? and rating. Is that what you want? And then we can use JSON.stringify this just to see the output. So we're gonna get 8.8. No, never mind, sorry. This is our old one. We get title, inception, rating 8.8. Yeah. So this should pretty much be it, huh? So we can just do filtered list equal to watchlist.filter. Remove that and remove our console log. So that we just have the object that we are creating. And then we need to return this. Here you go. Run tests. Worked except for should equal title. I mean, that's what we have, don't we? What is our output? What is our output? Title, inception, year. Wait, what? What? Why do we have everything? Did I... I'm just returning element.title and rating is element.imdb rating. Why is it everything? That's confusing. If the element IMDb rating is greater than or equal to 8, then return title, element.title. Let me just check something. If I just have it as rating, it's like no matter what I do, regardless, there's still content in it. That's very, very, very strange. Why is it returning the whole object? It shouldn't be. We're filtering watch list. Oh, is it because I'm returning inside of the if? I think that's the thing. We need to create... Whoopsie. Forgot to create an array. We're just going to call this return array, have it as an empty array. And then what we're going to do is for each element that matches, we're going to have this, but we're going to do return array dot push and then that. Hey, Testus Dennis, how's it going? You still working on your API project? Or have you finally done that? Why are my eyes so itchy today? Okay, and then outside of this, here we can return the return array. I'm gonna assume the reason we got the entire object was because it got in here and then we returned it before we even got to filter it. I'm assuming that's what happened. And then let returned array. Why is it still doing that? Look, it's returning the entire object. Oh, that's annoying. It's good to hear that you're good. Client requested another feature. Let me guess, is it a login form? What are you working on? Is it because I have it in the variable? Because I don't usually have an expression in a variable. Maybe this should be a function. Then again, they do call filtered list. They're the ones calling filtered list. If I run this, yeah. Now they want to be able to send image audio messages instead of only pure text. Oh, okay. Image audio. Oh, are you working like on a chat app type of thing? Okay, what am I doing wrong here? I'm calling filter. Element is what we're working on. So why are we getting every single thing? Why are we not... console.log element gives us an object. But why are we getting that? Is this thing broken again? Like... was it because of the stringify that I added in? We get 4 objects and then 5? What the fuck? Okay, this wasn't an issue earlier. I think they bugged. Oh, it's return array that's causing an issue. Wait, okay, I'm pretty sure that they bugged. I'm gonna reset this. Reset it, reload the page. Let's check it again. No, it's 4 items. Oh wait, there are 4 movies, sorry. There are 4 movies. And what if I have... there we go. Kind of, more like a message wall where people can comment on an activity a certain person has done. Oh, that's cool! How's your progress on that so far? Probably return array. There we go. Why is it returning the whole object? I don't understand. Return array dot push title element rating element rating. Why is it doing that? And it's our return array that's the issue, because if I don't return array, I get an empty string. The fuck? And it's not because of where it is. Kind of more like a... Wait, I already read that. What, Phil? How's it going? Do you know how filters work? I thought I did. It should return values if something matches. And do I have my condition in the wrong place? I think I might be, because now I'm kind of using it like a for each instead of a filter. That's what I was looking up earlier. Because at least on this version, they run a function that returns if a value is greater than. But it's always as a callback. Filter as a callback, which is a function, but I'm using a arrow function on the call itself. Oh, I think the issue here, yeah, okay, I think I know what I'm doing wrong. Tesla Stoners, it's kind of working, except I can't send text messages anymore. Who needs text messages? Images and audio are better, am I right? I think I know what I did wrong here. Possibly. Let me check something. The point is that you should return a single element, not an array. I wasn't trying to return an array out of that. I was trying to return an array for the entire thing when I'm done, because they want an array once you're done with it. But I think where I went wrong is here. Inside of this should be an arrow function, if I'm not mistaken. So if we redo this, that's filter, right? And then you need to put your callback function inside of filter. Wait, so the easiest thing that I could do is literally do I could literally just put the callback function in there. Just call it filter list, I guess. That's what I was getting confused with. And then let return array be that. Because this is still pretty much valid. All of this. If pass dot so we're passing it as a float because of the string that we get, and we make sure it's greater than 8. Then we should push that into our array, and then finally we return the array. So when I call dot filter list, and then this is being declared twice for whatever reason. Oh, you don't need to include the that's interesting to know. We getting in here though? Yeah, you're never gonna get formatting on Twitch working. If you ever share code, you should be using something like, well, Xshare, JSFiddle, CodePen, stuff like that. Oh, we are getting into the function, so that's fine. That's the callback function. But then, what is the value going to be? Because now I want to work with the element. I'm using it as a for each, because I'm used to for each. That's why I had the element. But we actually don't have elements, so none of this is working. So you give it that. So what do you actually get? You get the whole JSON object. Let's see. What is element? If I just pass an element like that. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay. Okay. Cool. So console dot hate this keyboard. It's double typing everything. Okay, so which one's mine? Okay, so the 4 are mine. Great. That is because there's nothing. Cool. So let's start again. So element returns 5 objects. So 1 for each of the movies. Because there's 5 movies. Great. It's easier to watch console logs in browser? Yeah, I would. Unfortunately, I don't think you've done free code camp then. Because if you did, you would know, due to all the Babel that goes on in the browser, and it's constantly running, your logs just disappear into the ether. And I mean, this works for a simple test. If there's errors on that, sure, but we know there aren't errors. We just want the output now. So what we need to do now is JSON.stringify this, just so that we could see. Okay, so that's what I thought. We still have the entire object. And the reason for that is we're not specifying anything. So like element.title, that should just give us the movies. So 1, 2, 3, 4, great. So those are the only movies that match. Okay, cool. So now that that works, our return array, we're pushing those. Good. So then I want a console.log return array. We're probably going to have to stringify that as well. Okay, good. Good, good, good. That's what I want to see. Now, where is this output coming from? Is that this console log? Yeah, it is. Okay, so filtered list is watchlist.filter filter list. Okay, so that's why it's giving the full one when I return the array there. That makes sense now. So when I have it outside, that works fine. Then we get the 4. But if there are no matches for the 1, we still get the full 1. Wait, doesn't filter work for each? It already does create an array filled with all array elements that pass a test. Okay, so I don't need to be creating arrays or pushing them. So we don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that, and we do want to return that. The only issue there is it returns the entire string. If element.imdb rating is greater than 8.0, return title element.title rating element.imdb rating. Oh! We need map as well. I missed that part. Use a combination of filter and map. Okay. Missed that part. Huh. Even if I call .map afterwards, I would still need a now we're getting tricky. If only we were working with for each loops. So much easier. Okay, let's think. So I missed that part. Combination of filter and map to return a new... Like, I can do this. I already did that. It's done. It's solved. Like, if I was working on my own project now, this would be resolved. Because I already returned a value with title and rating. But I was creating the array myself. The whole point of filter is so that you don't have to create arrays. It does it automatically. So let's take it back a step. If we leave it as is, if the rating is greater than or equal to 8, return. So that's what it's done here. Okay, so the reason for this is we can't... it doesn't care about this. It doesn't care about us putting in title and rating and creating a new object. How filter works is you give it the array, and based on the condition, it gives you back whatever passes that condition. So with that logic, we need to just return the element, as in these are the things that pass. Now we need to incorporate map. Somehow. I wonder if I can just go .map element map. Oh, okay, hold on, sorry, I missed my arrow function. So what is the element here? Store an object. Still gonna be that full JSON, yeah. Okay, so now what if we do return? I wonder if this is where we do the combination of... Okay, no, but that shouldn't be the case, because then I could have done this all in one function. So I'm missing the point of map. We got the point of filter. What is the point of map? Map method creates a new array with the results of calling a function for every array element. The map method calls the provided function once for each element in an array in order. Okay, so we should probably just return. Wait, so instead of doing title, why didn't that work? If I said return title element.title rating element.rating, why do we still get the full? And what if I said return title? Do we get the error? We don't even get an error. How is this thing working? Okay, for the sake of simplicity, I am going to create a new function. Call it return list or whatever. Just so I can figure out what's going on. And that's gonna take the element. And remove this. So what do we get now? Okay. Let me just stop this console quickly. Okay, cool. Great, now we know what we're working with. So if I return title.element title and rating element rating, should that theoretically not work? Or we... Oh, that did work. Does it work though? It does. Now why didn't that work as an arrow function? Strange. I've done it as an arrow function before, provided I haven't stringed map and something else. I usually only have one of the higher functions that I've managed to do as an arrow function. I'm pretty sure we did it the exact same way. Did we not? I mean, let's try it quickly. So map, we should be able to do element. Okay, I think it's because I added an extra semicolon for whatever reason. So that does work, doing it as a arrow function. Interesting. Okay, well... Good job. Thanks, you fella. I appreciate it. Yeah, I get a little bit... I guess I'm so used to doing things without these helper functions or methods that I forget about them. Like you can see, yeah, I already solved the problem. I just create my own array and I push to that array and then we get the values we need. But the whole point of these methods is to, I guess, just make it easier for you to not have to do that. So I gotta get used to that. So, recap. Filter takes the array that you give it, and the return value is always going to be whatever matches a condition. Right. And map see, this is what's confusing. Because map... Okay. From what I remember, map does it once for each element in an array, but for each would do something to every element in an array. Oh wait, is for each every element in an array for as many times as there's objects in that array? As in it's not once, I think, right? Is that the difference? Could also provide a function once for each element in an array. Once for each element. How's it different then? It doesn't change the original array. So I could have used for each technically. They're pretty much the same, aren't they? For each and map are the same thing. Or am I thinking of something else? Because that's what I was looking at. I was like, but this is the same as how for each would work. And you can write code faster, I guess, but I mean, let's put it this way, right? You see what we're doing here? We're calling .filter and we're calling .map. I could literally call a single function here, and then in that, instead of using map and filter, I could have just done what I did here. Create an empty array, push to that array, and it's done. You know what I mean? So if you create your own function with multiple uses, then there's no point in using filter and map and whatever else. They just short, form functions. They're basically like snippets to do simple things. But if you're going to do complex things, then I don't think you'd really be using them. Like for loops you'd use all the time. For each you'd use all the time. Filter, I mean, I'm already looping through an array, so I wouldn't have to filter. Although I guess you could filter out the array first, once, instead of having, I guess it has its benefits depending on what your use is. You would have to just evaluate. I think that's the beauty of code. Just figure out what works best for your for the current issue you're trying to solve. Cool. There we go. What are we doing now? Implement the filter method on a prototype. Ooh, it would teach us a lot about the filter method if we try to implement a version of it that behaves exactly like array.prototype.filter. It can use either a for loop. Yay! This is going to be easy. I say that and watch me struggle, but this is exactly what I was talking about. So we're going to make our own little filter version. Map returns a new array when for each does not. Well, I mean, you could make for each return array like you're going to see now. You're going to see exactly what I mean by that. Okay, so new array is going to be so easy. So easy. New array dot push. And then we need to figure out, so we're calling S, that's the function's callback. So we're going to do callback for each. What's the filter? No, that's all. Callback for each. Wait. Is that literally all I need to do? Because I'm trying to figure out where's the filter. That's the filter in the function that they defined, which is the callback. So I think they're already doing that. Can I literally just do callback.forEach? No, I can't. Callback for each. Element. Come on. Go. Then element. Let's make sure we're getting something, and the right thing that I'm hoping we're getting. They're setting that as a new variable, but if I call it, trying to figure out how I would call this now, because it's on a prototype. It's not currently running. Wait, new s. If I do new s dot my filter, it takes a function. Callback should have been the array, right? Should have been s. Oh no, callback is the function. Why did I think it would be the array? Oh, this. There we go. This dot for each. Okay. But now it's getting values that it shouldn't get. 23, 65, 5. 98 shouldn't be in there. We need a if now. We're getting callback as the function. The callback is the function. How can we call... Okay, so what is... Okay, so if we do callback, if callback element what elements pass? There we go, cool. So if then new array dot push. It's a little bit tricky, like quite a few steps, but I think we did it now. Did I remove all the console logs? I think I did. And then let's see the final value of new array, 2365. That's exactly what we need. Phew, that was a bit tricky, huh? But so how we solved this? So when we created my filter, it has a parameter that it takes, callback, as in a function that you can pass into it. So when we call my filter, we passed in a function into it. So internally, we can run that function, and this implying what you're calling onto my filter, which is s. In this case, s is the array. In this case, s is referred to as this. So we say this, which is the array, for each. So for each element in that array, we call... we get each element in that array. Then we do an if check, and we run the function that's been passed into us, and we pass element as the argument. And we're doing a simple if check, which is if true, and their function that they created should return true or false, based on whatever the value is. So item modulo 2, whatever they pass in, if it's equal to 1, then it's true. And all we're doing is, if it's true, we push the value into element. We push the value into new array, and then we return new array. And that's how we made our own filter function. That's pretty cool. And this is the, yeah, so this is basically what the argument of the function is. In this case, we're trying to make sure that numbers are divisible by 2. Or not, sorry, divisible 2. So odd numbers, this would return odd numbers. That's pretty cool. Cool, anyway, run our tests. We passed that. And now we're gonna do return part of an array using the slice method. So the slice method returns a copy of certain elements of an array. It could take 2 arguments. The first gives the index of where to begin the slice. The second is the index for where to end the slice. And it's non-inclusive. If the arguments are not provided, the default is to start at the beginning of the array through the end, which is an easy way to make a copy of the entire array. The slice method does not mutate the original array, but returns a new one. I always get confused with splice, like why did they have to name them so similar? I think splice mutates. Here's an example. Cat, dog, tiger, zebra, new array, array.slice 1 to 3, we should have dog and tiger. And that's the other thing that's confusing, is that you do 1 to 3, you think it's 0, 1, 2, 3, it's going to include the third one. Nope, it only does, that's basically the end, and anything before that. So silly. So you have to do the end plus 1. Why couldn't they make it inclusive? Splice is inclusive. Slice isn't. So use the slice method in the slice array function to return part of the anim array given the provided begin slice and end slice indices. The function should return an array. So do you want me to... So return, what is the, is anim, input anim? So anim is the array, okay, so anim dot splice, sorry, slice, god, always gonna get confused by those. Begin slice and end slice. That's pretty simple, like, unless I'm missing something, that's like easy. Is that what you wanted? Yeah, that's pretty easy. They're just showing us how we're making functions now. Functional programming, so how you can, instead of having to call slice each time, you could just have a function called slice array. What is the point of this though? How is it any shorter? Because instead of doing slice array, you could have... Oh, okay, I see. I mean, you still could have done input anim dot slice 0, 3. What was it? 1, 3 they wanted? Or 1, 3, yeah. You could have done that. Why do slice array input anim 1, 3? I mean, this one's even shorter. So what is the purpose of this? Who knows? We solved the problem. On to the next one. Remove elements from array using slice instead of splice. Didn't we... What? Remove elements from an array using slice instead of slice. Do they mean splice instead of slice? I think they messed this up, the order. Remove elements from an array using slice instead of splice. It should be splice instead of slice. I can understand why. I mean, they are pretty confusing. A common pattern while working with... Did someone report that as an issue? I'm sure someone would have reported this as an issue, right? Let's just see if there's an open issue for this. I wish GitHub, unless I don't know how to use it, I wish GitHub showed you issues for the current file that you're looking at. And I like how people add these things. Winter is coming, because, you know, Game of Thrones is coming out. But by the time this gets released... How has no one noticed this? No man. So let's just double check. Splice and splice. Yeah, so it definitely should be splice. Oh, was the whole point of this? Okay. Never mind, I misread that. Because that was confusing. They're actually... yeah, they should really specify on this. Because initially you would think that it's a typo, because they say remove elements from an array using slice instead of splice. Now generally you wouldn't use slice, you would use splice, because that's the point of splice. And they even go to specify a common pattern while working with arrays is when you want to remove items and keep the rest of the array. JavaScript offers splice, the splice method for this, which takes arguments for the index, where to start removing items, and the number of items to remove. If the second argument is not provided, default is removed. Like they gave us an example. So you would think now automatically, oh, okay, we're going to use splice. Nope. So it's a little bit confusing. Turns a new one which can be saved into a variable. Recall that the slice method takes 2 arguments for the indices to begin. I guess, yeah, once you read it a few times, it makes sense, and you're like, oh, okay, so we can use, and especially seeing this, your code should use slice, should not use splice. I guess that clears it up, so I don't think we need to make an issue on that. Okay, so what do we need to do? Rewrite the function non-mutating splice. By using slice instead of splice, it should limit the provided cities array to a length of 3 and return a new array with only the first 3 items. So what if we did console.log cities.slice 3? What does that give us? London, Berlin. Oh, because 0, 1, 2, and then it starts London, Berlin, 3rd. But you want us to have only the first 3, is that correct? It should limit the provided city array to a length of 3 and return you with only the first 3. And if we did city slice 0 to 4, sorry, wrong one. 0 to 4. Wait, you can do 0 to 3? I thought that it was not including. That's confusing. Why does that suddenly work now? Then we get Chicago, Delhi, Islamabad. That is confusing. If you did 1, you would only get, yeah, Delhi. Oh. Okay, I think I understand why. Because it's 0, 1, 2, 3. So you get 0, 1, and 2. That's the reason why that works. And that makes sense in Slice. In Splice it doesn't. Okay, that makes sense. So then all we do is... there's our solution right there. There we go. Combine 2 arrays using the concat method. Concatenation means to join items end to end. JavaScript offers the concat method for both strings and arrays that work in the same array. For arrays, the method is called on one, then another array. For arrays, the method is called on one, then another array is provided as the argument to concat, which is added to the end of the first array. It returns a new array and does not mutate either of the original arrays. Here's an example. Oh. Use the concat method in the non-mutating concat function to concatenate attach to the end of the original. The function should return the concatenated array. So we're just going to do, because they want us to return original dot concat attach. Nicely done. Gonna make a little note for myself regarding non-mutation. That's gonna come in pretty handy. Cool, I made my note. That will come in handy, I feel. Great stuff. Let us continue. Add elements to the end of an array using concat instead of push. Okay. Functional programming is all about creating and using non-mutating functions. The last challenge introduced the concat method as a way to combine arrays into a new one without mutating the original array. Compare concat to the push method. Push adds an item to the end of the same array it is called on, which mutates that array. Here's an example. Okay, so I'm trying to think in technical terms. Normally, if you're working with something, let's say game logic. You had XP, or like the player had like some form of currency. You would want to mutate that because that's the actual the amount, right? But I can understand in certain circumstances where you're trying to get a value, where you're calculating two things or whatever, then you'd obviously not want to mutate that. So yeah, I guess one has to also consider what the use is going to be of their variable. So it would make sense then if you had a constant variable that never changes. That would be something. Well, yeah, you can't really mutate that. You can't change a constant anyway. But yeah, it overall ends up being, if it's something that you most likely not going to change or that shouldn't change, I mean, again, you'd use constant for that, but you'd also not want to mutate that. Okay, a good example of that is actually arrays. You can have a constant variable for an array. That means you can't change the declaration of it, but the items in the array can be changed. Therefore, they can be mutated. So in that case, you would want to use non-mutating functions. So instead of push, we would use concat like this. So that makes sense then. It all depends on the circumstances, of course. Okay, so just update my note for that. Cool. So let's continue. The last challenge introduced the concat method as a way to combine arrays into a new one without mutating the original arrays. Compare them. Yep. So we got that. So we got the original array 1, 2, 3 push 4, 5, 6. Array is changed to 1, 2, 3 4, 5, 6. Not the functional programming array. Right. Unless you wanted 4, 5, 6 to be attached to array. But let's say you didn't. Let's say you wanted 1, 2, 3. Let's say you wanted the value of two arrays to be used in something else. If we did array.push, then we would also have changed array so that the next time we call array, it will be 1, 2, 3 4, 5, 6 and then 4, 5, 6 again. Which, yeah, would not be great. Change the non-mutating push function so it uses concat to add new item to the end of original instead of push. The function should return an array. It just makes me wonder if ES, like later versions, maybe they do exist, I haven't covered them yet, but if there was end up like creating non-mutating ways. I mean, just like map and filter works, I wonder if there's stuff for arrays so that you can have non-mutating ways of like adding or removing from an array, like the value. I mean, I guess slice works in that sense, and that's what concat is. Maybe that's the point of this. Anyway, so we need to return original, or just concat new item. Literally just change that one line. The one word. Use the reduce. Oh, this is where I'm gonna struggle. Reduce. No. Hello, my friend. We are now moving forward till I understand you. Use the reduce method to analyze data. Array.prototype.reduce, or simply reduce, is the most general of all array options. I love how they say most general, like, and I struggle because I haven't used it. You could solve almost any array processing problem using the reduce method. Okay. This is not the case with the filter and map methods, since they do not allow interaction between two different elements of the array. Oh, so you mean I could have like one element be For example, if you want to compare elements of the array or add them together, filter or map could not process that, right? Because their return value is just the array that matches certain condition. The reduce method allows for more general forms of array processing, and it's possible to show that both filter and map can be derived as a special application of reduce. However, before we get there, let's practice using reduce first. The variable watchlist holds an array of objects with information on several movies. Use reduce to find the average IMDb rating of the movies directed by Christopher Nolan. Recall from prior challenges how to filter data and map over it to pull what you need. You may need to create other variables, but save the final averages into the variable average rating. Note that the rating values are saved as strings in the object and need to be converted into numbers before they're used in any mathematical operations, right? So what do you want? Find the average IMDb rating of the movies directed by Christopher Nolan. Okay. Why can't I? Why can't I call average rating dot reduce on it? Can I not? Like I did with the others? Let's find reduce. The reduce method reduces the array to a single value. The reduce method executes a provided function for each value of the array from left to right. The return value of the function is stored in an accumulator. Oh, I remember that one, yeah. Total current index. Why can't I do this as a... Oh, if I'm doing this I'm missing that. But it's still not enough. Why? Average rating dot reduce. Oh, because the accumulators are required, isn't it? So we could do total and current val. Why is that still an issue? Why can't I use an arrow function on it? It worked perfectly fine for the others. Oh. I didn't have my coffee yet. I'm gonna blame it on my coffee. Watchlist.reduce, there we go. Total, current value. Can I now get console.log? What is total? It's an array. Can I get json.stringify total? Okay, so it's the entire array. Is it? No, it's not. That's the first one. So next is going to be the next movie, right? No, wait. Current value should be the same as that one. No? First one's Inception. Second one is the Dark Knight. What the shit? Why is the Dark Knight the next one? The first one's Inception. Oh, hold on. Should really look at everyone that says title. Then there's Interstellar. Then there's... Okay, what the hell is going on? Let's check again. It might just be because I'm not... Okay, so title is the very first one. Let's see reduce. So total, the initial value. Okay. Current value, the value of the current element. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken... So Inception should be there. So if I'm not mistaken, that means Inception shouldn't be in this next one. It's going to be everything after Inception. So Inception is gone. Next one's Interstellar, great. And the last one is going to be Avatar. Is that correct? Yes, it is. Okay, so in other words, total is the first one. Current value is the rest of them. Bit confusing, but... Okay. We're gonna want an average rating, but now we need where the... Who? The director? So director must be Christopher Nolan. If... Hold on. Hold on just a moment. I need to first make sure I get the first thing right. Total. Can I do dot director? Yes. Great. So if total dot director is equal to Christopher Nolan, then I want you to log total for me. Can you do that for me? Well, let's rather wait. We want the rating, right? Total.average rating. No. It's not. They want average rating. This rating is going to be based on IMDb rating, right? Yeah. So total.imdb rating. Cool. 8.8. Great stuff. That should work for current value as well, right? I think it should work for each one. So if the total director is Christopher Nolan... Oh, hold on. We also didn't do it for current value. If I change that to current value... What does total hold? The initial value, or the previously returned value. So we can always use the first one, total. Because that should be the initial, and there afterwards it gets updated with the return value of the previously returned value of the function. So that's a bit of an issue, because if we change it to total val, we only get the 1. If we change it to current val, we get the 3. How would people usually do this? You know what I just realized? They said that we can... Did they say we should use filter and map? Because I'm thinking we can use filter in this case to get the director. But I mean, we're doing it here anyway. I think we might have to filter, because otherwise I'm doing this check now, where if total director, I would have to do and, or, sorry, current val. Okay, let's separate all this. So we got average rating. We're gonna have a new function. So we're gonna have function. Filter director. Just call it filter by director, and then we take a string of director. But why would we do that if we just use map? Oh no, we'll still use that, sorry. If title, or rather in this case if director, this should be object, or what do we call this? Just say movie object. Return. Why did it say director? But then it's gonna be like director.director. Oh, okay, hold on. So if we do movie director, if movie director.director is Christopher Nolan, return movie director. Right? Then we do filtered movies is equal to watchlist.filter, filter by director. Right? So now we have our filtered list. Now we only have Christopher Nolan's in that one. Then we're gonna have function get average rating. And then inside that we're gonna have this bit of code. And then we're gonna have filtered movies dot reduce, because then we don't have to worry if the director is Christopher Nolan, because it will be Christopher Nolan. And we're gonna console log get average rating while we work on this. .8, great, but that's because we're doing an if. And current, there we go, great. So now I need to figure out how reduce works. So it reduces the array to a single value. The reduce method executes a provided function for each value of the array from left to right. The return value of the function is stored in an accumulator result. What is up with my words? Result total. Okay, so the first one is where it gets stored in. The current value So does that mean we would do total plus equal to current value? So if I were to do console.log total, we also need to turn them into floats. So we would have to do parse float total how do we say that each one is a float? Because we did filter movies.reduce. Plus equal to current value. So we're gonna probably have to do parse float again. We need to do parse float, yeah. Why is this an issue though? Unknown invalid left hand side in assignment expression. What? Okay, I've got an idea. Total rating equal to total dot IMDb rating, right? Current rating equal to current value dot IMDb rating, so we don't get confused. So now we know what we're working with. So if I did console.log current rating, what?
Why is that an issue? Oh. I wish it would show us errors. Okay, so we got 8.6, but then we need to specify it as pass float current val.imdb rating. Pass float. Cool. And we need total rating. So current rating, total rating, great stuff. Then we want to do total rating plus equal to current rating. There we go. Great stuff. Then divided by the number of rating. That's how you get the average. Now, one of these things has a current index and an array. I think we can use the fourth one, .length. So if I did log, I wish there was a log for like console.log. Is there no? Console.log. So if I did array, would it give us? Yes, it does. So if I go .length, that should give us 4, right? Because there's 4 items. So then I should be able to do array.length. I don't know if there's an easier way to do this, but that's how I would do it. So to get the average, it would be total rating plus equal to current rating divided by array.length. That would be the same though, if we... Is this because it will mutate it now? And we need the brackets. Just want to check something. Total rating. Oh, it's mutated it now because of the average rating. Oh, instead of doing plus equal to, we should do total rating plus current rating. My bad. But why is it mutating it? Why is... Whoop, it works! Testosterone. Hey, so you resolved your text issue. That's so good. I just gotta figure out why total rating is being set here. When I'm setting average rating is the value of total rating plus current rating divided by array.length. Why is total rating changing? It shouldn't. Oh, I don't think it is changing. Ah! Console. There we go. Okay, so we got 8.8, which is the total rating. Then we've got the average rating, which should be total rating plus current rating divided by array.length. I regret not continuing FCC curriculum. It's never too late to come back, you know. Divided by array.length. So it's 17.4. And 17.4 divided by 4 is 4.35. But then why should theirs equal 8.675? That doesn't make sense to me now. There are 4 movies. Something went wrong. Because even 3/8 is 24. Okay, so something went wrong somewhere. I thought it's gonna reduce it all into 1. So what's current rating? Current rating is 8.6. And total rating is because of the 2. The initial one was 8.8, so 8.8 plus 8.6 gives us 17.4. But what about the other ones? It's not looping. I thought that reduce would loop. Do it for each thing. Oh, is it because I have to return? Probably. I have to return each time. Total rating equal to 0. Console.log total rating. Okay,
Just want to make sure. The total rating is 0. When I log total rating, I get nothing. Why? I'm outside of this loop. Why am I not getting my 0? What the hell? Am I losing it again? Total rating. Total rating is 0. I had it as a string. I'm guessing because it's defined here, and that's why we're not getting an error. So let me go with what I wanted to do initially, which is this: total rating equal to pass float total.imdb rating plus pass float current value.imdb rating. And then I should be able to log console log. Why you do this? So it is that one that's causing the issue, this one. So total rating is equal to... Do I literally need to have this as a float for it to work? No. Total rating equal to pass float plus pass float current val.imdb rating. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. So I need a return. No? Yeah, there definitely has to be a return. I remember this now, that's why I always get confused with them. It's not a number. Then what is it? Why does it say not a number? I need to know what it is. Don't just say it's not a number. What's IMDb rating? 8.8. Cool. What is current val dot IMDb rating? Multiple things. Okay. This should be working. Every run that it does, it's gonna have total and it's gonna add current value to that total. But then we get not a number. What if we removed all of these pass floats and we only had one pass float like that? Still not a number. Total.imdb rating plus current val.imdb rating. What if I just returned current val? I get 8.3, which I think is the last movie. That's not Avatar. The Batman Begins. Yeah, 8.3. Got to think about this one now, huh? I think I know how an if statement works now. What? No, you're kidding. Is that a joke? Did you make a mistake with an if statement? What did you do? No, I mean I have to start from what is close to the beginning of the curriculum. Why? I thought you knew this stuff already, didn't you? Because I'm a completionist and I want to check off everything. Okay, fair enough. I'm struggling with reducers now. I know you have to return the value each time. So if you do get some and 0, reduce is going... Oh! It's gonna return... Oh... I think I get it. What's the 0 for though? It's the accumulator. Or the current value. Wait, no. The first one. This is confusing. You call reduce. The first argument you pass it is total. In this case, a function. And the second one is 0. So total is... Total plus math out. Oh, you're doing numbers. So you gave it numbers. Dot reduce. So I need ratings. Dot reduce. Okay, so let's go back to ours. So we almost need like a filter and a map, because map will give us what we want. And then if we do dot console.log filter movies,
dot map Now what we want to do, we want to return l.imdb rating. We only care about the ratings. There. So we got the IMDb ratings. Now that we have the IMDb ratings, get average rating. Or in this case, average rating is equal to filter movies dot reduce the function get average rating. And then we don't do any of this, we don't do any of this. So the simple basic example was total current. We also want and we want the length of the array, don't we? Index and array. There we go. Cool. Console.log total. Getting nothing. So filtered movies dot reduce, and that's a function we pass in. Function get average rating, total current index array. Oh, we need to give the initial value. That's required, so 0. So why isn't it? Something went wrong somewhere now, because if I undo this, then it's fine. That is so strange. Even if I remove these extras, it still doesn't work. Am I missing something now? Does this have to be higher? Is it because of hoisting? That's the issue. Yeah, because of hoisting. At least we know now. So we should be able to do total plus current. Return. No. So it's 0 plus current. What is current? Why is it doing it like that? Oh, it's an array. But they don't specify anything, they just do math.round. Interesting, so they do math numbers.reduce get sum 0 and get sum takes 2 total and num. The total on the accumulator. And if I do math.round current, no, that just rounds them. So how do they get it to work and I don't? Because when I try to return total plus current, then we get 08.88.69. Is it because of the format that I had it in? Should I return parse int first? Oh, there you go. It's because there were strings. Now it's an integer. Sorry, not parse int. Parse float. 34.7. Yes! So we parse float. Great. So return should be total plus current. Divided by array.length. Oh, but that's going to be for each one. This is what happens each time it loops. Okay, so we can't do it in there. Or can we? No, I don't think we can. So we get the reduce value. I guess we have to do it here. Divided by filtered movies dot length. That's got a length of 4. The filtered movies we get. Finally. Okay, the code is written. Now we can explain it. Filtered movies is going to filter the watch list, and it's going to make sure. Oh, it filters the watch list, passing in filter by director as a function. Now, filter by director is a function that checks if the director of the passed in object is Christopher Nolan, and if it does, it returns that specific movie. Actually, it should be movie, not movie director. That makes better sense. If movie.directors Christopher Nolan, return movie. Should be Faulted Movies rating. There you go. That makes better logical sense, I would say. Whew. Wow. Done. And then we get 8.675, which is what we needed, 8.675. Run the test, does it work? It does. That was a bit challenging. But we got it. And we managed to use map. We managed to use filter. And we used reduce, so I used all three. The big three: array, non-mutating, I can't even think right now, methods. I'm happy with that. Nice. Sort an array alphabetically using the sort method. You know what I should have been doing this whole time is I should have like saved those answers. But I mean, there's way too many, right? It just would be nice. I wish FCC did that so you can look back and see how you answered the question. But I guess it's not that critical, is it? Cool, so what do we have to do now? Sort an array alphabetically using the sort method. The sort method sorts the elements of an array according to the callback function. For example, function ascending order, array, return array.sort, function AB, return A minus B. How does that work? I've seen this before, I just don't understand how it works. Why is it A minus B? Function A and B. What is A and what is B? Ascending order 1 5 2 3 4 returns 1 2 3 4 5. How? Reverse alpha is function AB return A less than B. Reverse alpha LHZBS is ZSLHB. How does that work? It's encouraged to provide a callback function to specify how to sort the array items. JavaScript's default sorting method is by string Unicode point value, which may return unexpected results. Okay, but they're still not explaining what is A and what is B and how does this black magic work. Guess we're going to sort on W3 schools. Sort an array alphabetically. By default, sort function sorts values as strings. This works well for strings. Apple comes before banana. However, if numbers are sorted as strings, 25 is bigger than 100 because 2 is bigger than 1, right? Because of this, the sort method will produce incorrect results when sorting numbers. You can fix this by providing a compare function. Points.sort function AB return A minus B. Is it the current versus the next? Is that, or what is A and what is B? What is A and what is B? They still don't say anything. The purpose of the compare function is to define an alternative sort order. The compare function should return a negative, 0, or positive value depending on the arguments, okay? When the sort function compares two values, it sends the values to the compare function and sorts the values according to the returned negative, 0, positive value. If the result is negative, A is sorted before B. If the result is positive, B is sorted before A. If the result is 0, no changes is done with the sort order of the two values, okay? The compare function compares all values in the array, 2 values at a time. Thank you. Please add that FCC. Otherwise people are going to lose their mind. Hopefully they'll Google. I really hope people Google. Okay, so A is the first value, B is the second value, and then you're just comparing. Okay, that makes it so much easier. So the function calculates 40 minus 100, A minus B, and since the result is negative minus 60, the sort function will sort 40 as the value lower than 100. You could use this code snippet. Okay. That makes sense. So much more sense. Okay, so that makes sense now. Use the sort method in the alphabetical order function to sort the elements of array in alphabetical order. So we need to do... We got array. So we need to return array.sort function. But we don't need to do function. We can have it as... I like... What do we call it? Arrow functions. So return A minus B. And let's just see what it give us. Is that not working? Why? Is it because of these? They need to be in their own little... Yeah, thought so. Okay, GZA... That's not alphabetical order though. It's not A minus B, we're not doing math, so A must be greater than B. And if it was less than, it would be... This is so cool, so that's how you can sort it alphabetically. We use sort and the sorting function. Nice. There we go.
Return a sorted array without changing the original array. A side effect of the sort method is that it changes the order of the elements in the original array. In other words, it mutates the array in place. One way to avoid this is to first concatenate an empty array to the one being sorted. Remember that concat returns a new array. Then run the sort method. So I have a temporary.
Trying to think now.
Use a sort method in a non-mutating sort function. The function should return a new array and not mutate the global array.
Okay, so let return array equal to array dot concat.
That work?
Then we'll know if we console.log return array.
I need to call the method. There we go. Cool.
Then we need to do
dot sort,
then the function a, b,
and then we have to sort in which order?
ascending. Okay, so a minus b.
Could I have appended dot sort to that? Like this.
I can. And then we just return array.
Now my question is, can we do that on a single return line?
What would we be concatenating it to? We wouldn't really be able to, would we?
That has to be 2 lines. Okay. Well, I'm happy with that. Split a string into an array using the split method. The split method splits a string into an array of strings. It takes an argument for the delimiter, which can be a character to use to break up the string, or a regular expression. For example, if the delimiter is a space, you get an array of words, and if the delimiter is an empty string, you get an array of each character in the string. Oh. And here are 2 examples that split one string by spaces, then another by digits using a regular expression. So hello world, string.split by space, you get hello and world. Other strings are how9 r7 u2 today. Other string.split by numbers. So you just get how are you today. Oh, that's so cool. That's really smart. So you remove basically the numbers. Since strings are immutable, the split method makes it easier to work with them, meaning they can't be mutated. Use the split method inside the splitify function to split string into an array of words. The function should return the array. Note that the words are not always separated by spaces, and the array should not contain punctuation. Okay. Let's first get the basics rolling. So we need to split it by words, right? Into an array of words. So we got hello world. And the array should not contain punctuation. I wonder if it counts. Is that counted as punctuation? Because it's not the end of the sentence. Or it doesn't break up the sentence. That probably does count as punctuation. If I run this, I'll fail now. Yeah. So we're gonna have to use regex then. I mean, how else can we do it? I don't want to do it multiple times. I'll just rather do it once. So get our regex in. That's by a space. And then let's do a literal hyphen. Is that not right? Hold on, let's go to regex. Here. Where's our original string? And I want to do the small s for white spaces. Or that, yeah, so I need the or. I'm missing the or. Small s or that. How about that? Are you happy with that? Apparently you're not. Why? Why are you unhappy? Hello world. Oh, a comma. So anything that... Oh, that's easy. So either do it by... What is the... Is it A to Z? Or... A to Z. No, just back W, right? Matches any word. Matches any character that's not a word. There we go. That one. So just back W. Boom! Thought there would be an easier way. I don't know how else you would have wanted to solve it, but I mean, I didn't want to do string.split by space, then string.split and remove each one. So regex, anything that's not a word. Done. Problem solved. Combine an array into a string using the join method. The join method is used to join the elements of an array together to create a string. It takes an argument for the delimiter that is used to separate the array elements in this string. Here's an example. Hello world is the array, array.join by a space. Oh, so join is what it joins them by. So every space. No, wait, it's not. So if it was empty, an empty string means join everything. Use a join method among others inside the sentensify function to make a sentence from the words in the string. The function should return a string. For example, I like Star Wars, or separated by dashes should be converted to I like Star Wars. For this challenge, do not use the replace method. Okay. Wish there was an easy way to just wrap a console.log around this. Or they should just have it logged by default. Every time you have that, they should just literally have it log when you run a function. Okay, so return string.join Oh, but in this case we have it by that, don't we? Wait, what? It's not even an array. Hold on. This is a string. What do they want us to do? Use the join method amongst other inside to make a sentence from the words in the... Oh. And I can't use replace. Oh, because that would be easy with regex. Okay, so I have to split it first. Was it split? String.split. Was it split? I can't remember what it was now. To make a sentence from the words in the string. Let's look at the string methods. It was split. But why is that not working? I'm splitting by that character, am I not? Oh my god, I said console. There we go. String.split. Now we've got an array. Then we need to join it again. Dot join. By a space. May the force be with you. Yay! All in one line. String.split by the dash gives us an array, and then join it again. So that's weird. If I do it like that, oh, it's like join them, but then what's the delimiter going to be after? Okay, so this just tells you what the delimiter should be. If I did it like that, or if I put the dashes back or double dash them. Okay, that's cool. Onwards! Wait, what? What? I failed? The force is strong. Should return the force is strong. Oh my god, they didn't specify what. I was looking at that case. Back to regex. Regex for the win. So anything that's not a word. You happy now? Of course you're happy. Cool. Apply functional programming to convert strings to URL slugs. We have done this. We've actually done this for our own little log formatter. You see, I knew it would be good. The last several challenges covered a number of useful array and string methods that follow functional programming principles. We've also learned about reduce, which is a powerful method used to reduce problems to simpler forms. From computing averages to sorting, any array operation can be achieved by applying it. Recall that map and filter are special cases of reduce. Let's combine what we've learned to solve a practical problem. Many content management sites, CMS, have the titles of a post added to part of the URL for simply bookmarking purposes. For example, if you write a Medium post titled "Stop using reduce," it's likely the URL would have some form of the title string in it. Stop-using-reduce. You may have already noticed this on the Free Code Camp site. Yeah, I mean, we use it now, don't we? Fill in the URL slug function so it converts a string title and returns the hyphenated version for the URL. You could use any of the methods covered in this section, and don't use replace. But it's the easiest one to use. Here are the requirements. The input is a string with spaces and title cased. The output is a string with the spaces between words replaced by a hyphen. The output should be all lowercase letters. The output should not have any spaces. Let's do it. The first thing that we're going to do is console.log winter coming so that we know what we're dealing with. We're going to return title. Winter is coming. Okay, so title to lowercase. We should now get all of it in lowercase. Then we need to split by spaces. Wait, do I have to call? I probably have to call split afterwards, to be honest. There we go. Split dot so we split them. Then we want to dot join by a hyphen. Winter is coming. There we go. So we took the title, we turned it into lowercase, we split it by spaces, and then we joined it. Should we be splitting by spaces? I mean, they said it will always be, the output is a string with spaces, yeah. So that should be it then. A nice little one-liner. Winter is coming should return oh. Why do they do that? They say the input is a string with spaces. And then you think it's just that. They should say, but it may have more than one space. Fine. Simple enough to fix. Regex. I'm so glad that I know how regex works. Getting used to it. Why wouldn't... oh, plus. For one or more spaces. What? No, man. Oh, at the beginning too. Hold on. Let's go to our regexer so we can visualize this. Okay, now what the hell? This regex would apparently work. It would work. According to regexer, it would work.
Winter is coming, should return winter's coming. Okay, but then I go and I take this and I paste it in here. I am matching the white strings. The white spaces. Hold on, let's visualize this. Maybe something else is going wrong. Okay. That's why. It's adding the 2 extra hyphens. This one gets a little bit tricky, huh? Because if there's more than 2, you need to remove them. Damn. We must only add a hyphen. Is it literally... That's winter is coming. One word. Then I add... What happens when we split it? We need to somehow discard the empty spaces. So we need to do some processing first. There is a thing. Get the one that fails, stick it there. Okay. Now let's go to I think trim. Was it trim? Where's trim? Trim. Removes white spaces from both sides of a string. That will work, but what if it's inside of the string? That's from both ends. But in our case we have we only want to remove the excess. And trim's going to remove the end. So we're not allowed to use replace. And that's because we could have made it so easy. Do you see? They Replace would have solved this so easily.
So we know how we can remove from the beginning and the end. I'm just trying to think now. We could count the amount of spaces between two words and then remove all but one of them. Damn. Damn, it's tricky. Wait. So here's an idea. What if we split it, okay? First we trim, so that at least we get the front and the back cleared. Then we split it. Then we check each array that is empty. We discard it. So we filter it, essentially. And then all we have is actual words. And then finally, we join. I think that could be the easiest. Let filtered string equal to title dot trim, right? We got title dot trim. Okay. Yeah, okay. So my idea dot trim. So then console.log filtered string, whatever we got, winter is coming. But at least it doesn't have the ends that have spaces, you see, or the beginning. So we've filtered it, right? Let string array equal to filtered string dot split by the regex what's our string array? Sorry, filtered string needs to be title dot to lowercase dot trim, and then string array split. So what is string array now? Cool, now we got our arrays. Now we want to do string array for each element if element is empty, then how do we remove it? We could just do pop, right?
Just trying to think now, because pop you need to specify what array. If we get index of, how does index of again? I have to pass the array, don't I? So string array dot index of 2. Why are both of them at the same index? Both of them are 2. Why are they both 2? Wait, I said I wasn't gonna do for each, did I? I said I'm gonna do filter. String array dot filter if not equal to blank, return. So if element not equal to blank, we can return. Then we do string array equal to string array dot filter Is that wrong? That's weird. Oh, I'm not returning the element. There we go. So now we've removed everything that is blank from that array. Whew. And then finally we can return string array dot join to get the slug. And if we run that, oh, the global title variable shouldn't be changed. Yeah, sorry, I was testing. Run. It works. Hey. But now let's see, can we like optimize this a bit? Can we? I can't split it. Well, I can. So technically, string array can be this. Dot split. We should get the same result. Yeah. And then can I drop a dot filter on it still? So we chain it. Dot filter. There we go. One line. Hold on, not one line yet. Then return. That's the end of that. Dot join. Where am I doing string array? Oh, never mind. Return. There, it's one line. We got it on one line. Obviously, if I move these out in there, it will be one line. But for clarity of seeing this, we split it over several lines, but this is one line. What? We did it on one line. So return title to lowercase to get it all to lowercase. Then we trim it so that the beginning and the ends, any white spaces are removed, just so it's a bit easier to work with. It's like less elements to be gone through. Then we split it by every non-character, non-alphabetic character, so like spaces or like dots or whatever. Then we filter it and we check if the element is blank. If the element is not blank, then we return the filtered array, basically. Because we created an array from split, but we're only going to return arrays that aren't empty. And then finally, we join those arrays by a hyphen, and then we end up with that. Wow. So that is so cool. I'm never going to be afraid to write functions into like multiple lines and use multiple variables, because once you get it working, from there you can refactor it, and if you need to join, things into one line, like in this case. So then it's just a question of, do you want less code or easier to read code? Because if I just add lowercase title, there's that. Trim spaces, there's that plus that. Split, you know what I mean? Because then you can have different steps. But I guess it all just depends on what you need or want at the end of the day. But we're going to take that victory. Celebrate it. Woohoo! Use the every method to check that every element in an array meets a criteria. How's this different to for each? The every method works with arrays to check if every element passes a particular test. It returns a Boolean value, true if all values meet the criteria, false if not. So you know what I just realized? You know that prototypes are things that are inherited by the parent. So you know the parent of an array, the object is the array. The prototype of array is like method functions such as for each, filter, map, right? So essentially every is just a custom function. You could achieve the same thing by running a for each and checking that every element is the same. That's all it really is. It's built-in functions to make things easier for us. That's amazing. So all these ES stuff that comes out, a lot of the stuff, like they say, is just syntactic sugar. It's just functions, helper functions, to help you do certain things. So you don't have to necessarily use them. If you build your own function that uses pure JavaScript, you're at least guaranteed to know that it'll work on lower end specs as well. So that's something to consider. Either that or using something like Babel, which compiles it down, is that the right word? Back into like the lower form of JavaScript needed, for a certain project or whatever. So there's that to consider. But yeah, so for example, the following code would check in every element in the numbers array is less than 10 if. So 15801011 numbers.every function current value, return current value less than 10, and then it returns false. Because once it reaches that 10 or 11, it will return false. Use the every method inside the check positive function to check if every element in array is positive. The function should return a Boolean value. So array.every. I love arrow functions. Like then I don't have to define it like them, where I have to do function. Arrow functions are so nice. I'm so used to it. But it won't work on lower end. Arrow function. ES support. Was it ES5 that got added in? What versions of JavaScript? Wait, you have advanced, basic? What's advanced? Oh, right. So 6th edition, 2015. So Internet Explorer is not supported at all. Firefox from version 22. And Chrome in version 45. What is the whole use strict? I want to understand that. Like, why do you use it? Defines that JavaScript code should be executed in strict mode. The use strict directive was new in ECMA script version 5. It is not a statement but a literal expression ignored by earlier versions of JavaScript. The purpose of use strict is to indicate that the code should be executed in strict mode. With strict mode you cannot, for example, use undeclared variables. All modern browsers support use strict except Internet Explorer 9 and lower. Oh, so it doesn't do anything specific? Did one unlock or not allow you to do things? So it's just to help you catch errors, but I mean if you have a compiler, sorry not a compiler, like an editor to catch this. Why strict mode? Easier to write secure JavaScript. Strict mode changes previously accepted bad syntax into real errors. Okay, again, compiler. Oh yeah, keep saying compiler. Editor. Okay. So, now that we've read that, return current value is positive. Greater than... What is considered positive? Is 0 positive or negative? What is 0 considered? A boolean of 0 is false. So I guess I have to be greater than 0. Although then again, wait, is 0 positive or negative? Because -1 is negative. Is 0 also negative? Because we consider negative things being in the negative as in with a minus. Is 0 positive or negative? Zero is neither positive nor negative, that's what I thought. Okay. So what will it return, true or false then? Let's do a test, shall we? Wait. The function to check if every element is positive. Okay, well then yeah, greater than or equal to, I guess, 0. 0 greater than 0 returns false. 0 less than 0 returns false. Okay, fair, that's cool. So then we know. So it just should be greater than or equal to 0. Because, wait, if every element in the array is positive. Oh, but 0 isn't positive and it isn't negative. So it should be greater than 0. Because 1 is positive. 0 isn't positive, but it also isn't negative. Okay, fair enough. That makes better sense. What? What did I do wrong? Should be fine. Array.every current value return current value greater than 0. What is it returning? It's returning false. The function should return a Boolean value. It does! It does! What is the problem? Run tests. Check positive 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 should return true. Yeah, it should. Current value greater than 0. Is 1 greater than 0? It is. I'm so confused! What am I doing wrong? It's false, and if I change this to a 4, it's true! Go eat on a... Oh, hold on. It's because I'm not returning out of the function either. This should be like in some document somewhere. If your function is not returning a value, but it is working inside of the function in whatever test you have, you're most likely not returning from the function. I don't know, maybe other people don't get stuck with that, but I seem to get stuck with that a lot. Because I always test. I do my test case inside the function. I'm like, okay, it's working. Then it never works outside of it. I'm like, But it's usually always because I'm not returning outside of the function. Yeah, off we go. Use the sum method to check that any elements in an array meet a criteria. Oh, that's smart. So every or sum or 1. Imagine you had 1, but sum. Yeah, the sum method works. So it's kind of like the other or and. The sum method works with arrays to check if any element passes a particular test. It returns a Boolean value true if any of the values meet the criteria, false if not. For example, the following code would check if any element in a numbers array is less than 10. Okay, so it's exactly the same as before. So array.sum We're gonna call this current value, our arrow function, return current value greater than 0. And don't forget this time to return. There we go. Nice and quick and easy. Painless. Oh! The last one, guys! This is the last one because I remember going through it. And yeah, I'm kind of nervous. Currying. Is it like that dish that you eat? Am I saying it right? Is it currying? Introduction to currying and partial application. The arity of a function in the number of arguments it requires. Currying a function means to convert a function of n arity into n functions of arity 1. Okay, they just lost me. Just what? So we know what arity is because that's the number of arguments a function takes, right? Currying a function means to convert a function of any number of arity, so any number of functions arguments, into a number of functions of arity 1. In other words, it restructures. I'm so glad they didn't just leave it at that. In other words, it restructures a function so it takes one argument, then returns another function that takes the next argument, and so on. Oh. As if you want to do like add and multiplication, you do that in different functions. Uncurried function. Function uncurried xy returns x plus y. Curried function. Function curried x return function y. Return x plus y. Why would you do it that way? So you're just nesting it. Curried 1, 2. Oh! Look at that. You have them in different parentheses. Curried is a function. Function curried x. Sorry, function curried is a function that takes one parameter. And it returns function y. Which returns x plus y. But how does it know that the second one goes there? Is it because of... What? How? I know that the 1 goes there because it's expecting it, but how does it know that 2 should go there? Is it just because, well, I have no place for you, so I'm just going to go down the chain till I fit somewhere? This is useful in your program if you can't supply all the arguments to a function at one time. For example, if you're calculating things, right? You could save each function call into a variable, which will hold the return function reference that takes the next argument when it's available. Here's an example using the curried function in the example above. Call a curried function in parts. Func for y, curried 1, console.log func for y 2, prints 3. Similarly, partial application can be described as applying a few arguments to a function at a time and returning another function that is applied to more arguments. Here's an example. Impartial function. Function impartial xyz returns x plus y plus z. Partial fn. Impartial.bind. They haven't taught us about bind yet. Why are they saying this? This 1, 2. Partial fn10 returns 13. So you're getting the value of impartial. And then getting 1 and 2. So this ends up being x for the parameter, the argument, end up 10, 1, 2. Interesting, but I'm a little peeved now because they didn't teach us about bind. That's annoying. Like, oh, bind!
And I'm like, what is bind? I have to Google it. Pull in the body of the add function so it uses currying to add parameters x, y, and z. Add 10, 20, 30 should return 60. Okay. Go. Just run it. No, I'm just kidding. So we need function. So we need a return. So we have y, right? How'd you go deeper? Is this... oops. Is this Z? What should Z return? Z should return x plus y plus z. If I'm not mistaken. Is that it? Ah, that's it! Why would you do it this way? It's so weird. That's cool though in that sense of you. I've never seen parentheses like this. Where they're not separated by commas, they're literally individual parameters. I want to know the logic of what happens when you pass in extra parameters that it doesn't know what to do about. How does it still continue keeping it? Is that just a thing? Did they just find that as a glitch one day? They were writing JavaScript and they're like, oh, if you pass extra parameters, like arguments, not part of the function, JavaScript holds on to them. And then they're like, hey, well, we can use this now. What was once a bug is now a feature. I don't know, like, why would you do that? I literally can't think of a reason. For any calculation, you can do them in part of a block. There's literally no reason why you would need to do currying this way. Like maybe there is, but I'm just trying to think, you know, like BODMAS in maths, you need to have, so for example, let's say you have 2 plus 5 times 2. What do you think the answer is going to be? You think the answer is going to be 10, right? Well, if you said 10, you would be wrong. Because the answer is 12. Now you're like, how? Because 2 times 5 happens first, which gives you 10, plus 2. That's how you get 12. So, if you wanted that to not be the case, you would just do 2 plus 5, in brackets, times 2, would give you 12. So if I needed to pass in, let's say, multiply, and we had the values 2, 5, and 2, right? You would set them inside of your function that is an add, that is an add, and that is a multiply, or whatever, right? So that wouldn't clash. Or you would have ifs, or whatever, one value by this value or that value. So why do we have them outside of it? Strange. Hey, Christophorus. And Verani! Hey! So where would this be useful? Yeah, exactly. That's also why I'm wondering. Same as Testosterone has said. I just feel it's like a bug that they found and they're like, cool, we're going to turn it into a feature now. Like they knew about it in the very early stages of JavaScript. And then later on down the spec, they were like, hey, you know, we could actually turn that into something else.
Redux, explain it to us. But that's so weird, seeing arguments for a non-existing function. Because these are arguments, but they're not part of add. So how does JavaScript know what to do with it? They're arguments, but it does, like, it shouldn't technically know what to do with it. That should return an error. Because the argument that it expects is right there, 10. It doesn't have any extras. Want me to explain Redux through chat? Yeah, sure, why not? Not that simple, huh? Redux for dummies, yeah. Give it to us in like a single line. Not possible, is it? I mean, it's cool. I get how it works. It's nested. Return. So what it's doing here, this is the final return that's going to get us out of this function. But as we go deeper, y is a function, z is a function. How the hell did it know about these values that it's assigned there? How does it know? And what if I did like a and I added a? It would do nothing, right? But somehow it works. And then we go. So how I see it working, Testosterus, is the very first return here gets us out of this entire function. Now what we did is we created a new function called y. Sorry, we created an empty function. Y is the parameter. Then we created an empty function with z as the parameter. Now z returns x, which is the initial value of 10, plus y, which is the second argument that was not passed in as a parameter, plus z. Then you come out one, which is going to return that, and then you're going to come out again, which is going to return the entire thing. And then you end up with 10 plus 20 plus 30. Promise use currying too. I'm hungry! Was it created by some Indians who like curry? And they were like, right, we are creating curry. Why is it called currying? I've never heard of this word up until now. I've always known about curry. And it's absolutely amazing. What has it got to do with curry? Why is it currying? Does it burn you? Does it burn right through the stack trace? And we are done! This is it, guys. Functional programming complete! Now watch me get destroyed! No, I'm just kidding. We're pros now. At this stage, we're pros. We can handle anything right now, right? Oh, by the way, Veronique, Christopher's, you guys missed, I finally figured out how reduce works. And not just like, you know, before where I got through it after like 2 hours with you guys helping me. Like, I actually understand how it works. I had to sit and struggle to finally realize that you can't do complex calculations inside of reduce. I think I'm so used to functions being able to do anything. And I finally figured it out. So methods, I have to write this out. It'll be much easier. So methods equal to functions on an object. Okay? Array is an object. Dot map is a function on the object array, and is a prototype. Because every time you call, and let's say we have let my array equal to blank, okay? Hold on. Let's turn this to JavaScript, so I can also get some like pretty stuff going. So this is an array, right? If we do type of, it's going to be an array. And each array right here. So the array is actually an object, right? And dot map is a function, or rather we call it a method, on the object array. And because it inherits, and it's part of every array, that is why they say it's array.map. The actual thing that you call is array.map. So the object being called. So my array is an object of a type array. So array.map is the same as going my array.map. .map is a method which exists on my array, and the only reason that it exists on my array is because it's a prototype of the parent, which is array. So that's how I figured and understood that. So map, for each, all of that are all methods on the array object, and because they're a prototype, they get extended down to the base object that you create, being an array in this case, and that's why you have access to it. If it wasn't a prototype, you wouldn't have access to .map, so you'd have to create your own one inside of it. So you would have to probably go my array, you would have to, you know, create it here, and you would have to say map equal to function, and then there would be your map. Then you'd be able to go my array.map and then, you know, do whatever in there. So that's how I figured that out. And then I figured out reduce, because I'm so used to doing things inside of functions, I never understood that you had to just return a value. So you would do my array.reduce, and you would have to specify the total, because reduce wants a function, for example. So let's say my function and 0. And the reason why we do, hold on, let me just set this up. So the reason why we do 0 is to set the accumulator's value inside of the function, which I also didn't understand before, but now I do. So in this case, when we call my function, it can have multiple parameters. The first one being the overall value that you pass in. So in this case, it can be total, right? We're going to call it total. And the second one would be the next value, or sorry, the current value. I would say it's kind of the same, because it's not really current, because total will have the initial value, but there afterwards you would call current value, which increments for each item in the array. Then you would have the index, and then you would have the array itself. And you would have something like, let's say numbers is equal to an array of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? So then you would be able to call numbers.reduce, and what you're basically saying is call my function, give it numbers, the entire array, and tell it that we're starting at the index of 0. Then you get into here, and total will currently have the value of all the numbers. Current value will have the next value in the list. Sorry, the rest of the numbers. So it will be 0 as the first one, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And index will house where it currently exists, and array is the initial array. And why it's cool is because let's say you wanted to do something like total plus current value, right, divided by how many elements there are. How would you know how many elements there are? You wouldn't necessarily know. So you could go divided by array.length, because that's how many items are in that array. So that was pretty cool. But I was trying to do complex stuff. I was like trying to get the average inside of here, and I was trying to get the max value and all that. And I was like, I couldn't figure out why it's an issue. All you need to do each time is return whatever you're trying to do. In this case, total, which ends up being sorry, isn't it current value and next value is easier to understand, because you pass 0, so current value is going to be 0 plus the next value in the list, and all you'd be doing is incrementing them with each other. current value plus next value, and then you just return from there. And it's going to do that every time, keeping current value. So let's say we're at 0 plus 1. The first loop, it's going to be 1. Then we come into it again, it's going to be 1 plus 2, which is 3. So current value always houses that value, and when you're finally done, then you'll have a value inside of here. So let total be numbers dot reduce, and then total will have the total amount of this. So then we can console.log total. I think this is syntactically correct. We can like stick this in our browser, and hopefully we get something. Yeah, so we get 15. 5, 4, 10, 15. There you go. And like, I just remembered that from the top of my head, so that's clearly good. Clearly I remember. Traumatized enough. So finally now you understand how reduce works. We were trying so hard. Yeah, exactly. It is quite nice. It feels like it was just the other day, huh? And I guess the best way to understand was just struggling, really. Just sitting there and trying to figure out why it wasn't working. And maybe the log formatter helped. I don't know, because I had to do quite some advanced stuff. And you guys weren't around for that for most of the part. So I think just struggling helped, and the log formatter helped. And I guess a combination of what you said in the past and reading up some things and struggling, like a little bit of everything here and there. And then we finally got there. So I don't think you guys wasted time explaining that. I think it definitely helped. I just didn't understand it still. It's like, you helped me pass the test, but now what? You know what I mean? It's like, would I have to use it again? I think the biggest issue was me trying to use the methods as a way to do more inside of them than what they're meant for. As in, filter, up until today, I still wanted to use it to do advanced things. So I pass filter, then I want to do if checks inside of it. And then I want to calculate, like, no, that's not what it's used for. You give it an array, inside of the filter, you specify what the condition is. So if this is equal to this, and anything that passes as true will be returned as a value. Anything that won't gets left behind. And that's literally all it does. So you just use it in addition to whatever you need to do. And if you don't want to use it, well, then just make your own function that works like filter, you know, and stuff like that. So that's what helped. I'm really happy that I managed to solve that. Whew! We did it! But now what? Now we're gonna really struggle? Because this is apparently supposed to be the hardest stuff, huh? Intermediate algorithm scripting challenges. Damn. DNA pairing. So you did something similar in C#, Testistonus? That's cool. I just hope there's not going to be a lot of math stuff. I love the object side of it, but math. So I'm like, DNA pairing, I don't know. Is it going to be quite math? Binary agents, maths. See, half of the stuff looks easy. The other half, I need to go do maths. We need a free code camp for maths. Free math camp. Does it exist? freemathcamp.org? Nope, doesn't exist. Someone go make it. This is all easier than Code Wars. Fair enough. If I could do Code Wars, I could do this, you say, huh? Let's do it. Let's jump straight in. Let's go. We'll pass you an array of two. So this is no longer teaching, right? This is now them challenging us. We'll pass you an array of two numbers. Return the sum of those two numbers plus the sum of all the numbers between them. The lowest number will not always come first. Wait, so you're saying 1 and 4 should be 5, then every number between 1 and 4, so like 2 and 3. Is that what they mean? I want to first make sure I understand the question. They don't give you examples. Sum all 1, 4 should return a number. Sum 1, 4 should return 10. Okay, 1, because it's 1 and 4, which is 5. Plus 2, which is 7, plus 3, which is 10. Okay, I got you. Fair enough. You say easier than code or 7Q stuff. Still struggled with 7Q. I did it, I just struggled. Okay, first we need to figure out how do we get the numbers that come afterwards. We're running me listening to reduce explanation, which me and Christopher's literally tried to explain to you. It was a good explanation, right? Are you guys proud of me? Do I know of a way to do this already? I'm trying to think now. I know. This is maths. So I automatically suck at it. I know I could go 4 minus 1 gives me 3 minus 1 gives me 2. But what about in the cases where it's not 1? Let's say this was 2, then you'd be de-incrementing by 2. What I could do is make sure that it's always 1 until I get to the lowest value. I guess that's an option. So keep going. So start at 4, keep going till we get to 1, and then we're good. So even if that was 2, we would always de-increment by 1. Because it's a value, it's a number, assuming we work with integers, meaning whole numbers, not floats, that should work. So if it was 5,000, math.min, math.max. No, it's not about that. I need to get the numbers in between. So I need 2 and 3 somehow out of here. I basically need to know what's missing between those numbers. So the question is, add the numbers they give you plus the numbers that would be between them. So I need to have 1 plus 4 is 5. Then I need 1. We've already got 1, so I'm going to put them in brackets. Everything that we've got in brackets. 2, 3, 4. So the answer needs to be, what is all of that? Which would be 10. That's what I need, but 2 and 3 is missing. So my idea is to have a loop. So I think I'm just going to go with my idea. And then if I figure something easier out, then at least I know for the future. Make an array, then you reduce. Why would I use reduce? Also, why would I make an array? No, I know I would use reduce. I'm saying, why would I make an array? You mean I should fill in the blanks, so like my for loop, which I was going to do. Yeah, but that... Oh, you're like one of those people on Code Wars who gives the answer in plain text. That's not gonna work for any other example. What if you had the number 1 and 634? Yeah, let's make an array with 1, 2, 3, 4. That would fail. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need to add each value. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So every number between 1 until we get to that number. That's why I was going to create a for loop. Start from the biggest number, work my way down. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. That's what I said. So... we need to get the largest number first. How do we get the largest number? Trying to think. The easier way than using the index? Let largest value be array. Sorry, the reason I was doing concat there is because they were teaching us about non-mutation, but in this case we're not mutating anything because there's no global variable, so we don't have to worry about mutation. So array.length minus 1 should give us what I'm looking for. Right. This is erroring out. So that should give us array.length. Oh, these are they're multi-dimensional arrays? So technically array dot. What am I trying to do? Ah! Bigger. So now that we know the smallest and the largest, yeah, no, don't worry. I didn't access the array index. And then array. Since we know it's always going to be in the beginning, we can say 0. Oh, I just realized they can have them in different orders. They're not going to respect minimum, maximum. Okay, so we're doing this. If let me just do a test here. Oh, but I can't sort them either. Wait, I can, it doesn't matter. I can sort them for myself. I don't have to worry about that. The order doesn't matter as long as I give them. Oh, but that's trying to sort an array now, not the items in the array. Can I do for each? Trying to think, how would I get the element and how would I sort it? Because it will only give me the element first. I'm trying to think now. So, I just realized something. Yeah, like you said, Christopher, you'd use min and max to find them. I was just thinking, does that actually work on an array? Because I never used on an array before. I think that's why I didn't think about that. Not a number. Oh, we have to use apply again. I remember this one, where then you can pass in null or itself. We have to use that again. But we want min here. And then largest is math.max.apply null array. Now we got the min and the max. Spread. Does spread work? You mean like that? Oh! It is cleaner, you're right. Thank you. Nice. Cool, now that I have my min and my max, I'm missing numbers. I'm just gonna call it missing numbers. Be an empty array. And then we're gonna do a while loop. While index equal to smallest value. Well, let's start at the largest value, huh? And then work our way down. No, smallest. Let's start small. Smallest value. Then while... What's our logic gonna be? While... index is less than largest value. Then we need to increase the index. Unexpected token. Oh, lowercase. Then we need to do missing numbers dot push index. But we need to increment it by 1 before we do, else it's gonna push in smallest value. And if we're now console.log missing numbers, do we get 2 and 3 and 4? Oh, because... Okay, so this definitely has to come there. No! Stop! Infinite loop! And then we need to do index is smallest value plus 1. So we get 2 and 3. There we go. So now that we got the missing number, so I could literally do 1 and 9. I could do 1 and 9, and it gives us 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I could do 5 and 9, and it gives us 6, 7, 8. Perfect. So that works beautifully. Now that we've got that, we've got our missing numbers. Wait, so that's it. So we just 2, 3. So now we can use reduce to add all those numbers. So we do missing numbers dot reduce number. Why can't I use? Okay, num. Total num. Next num. Return total num plus next num. Something like that. Missing number. Let me just make sure I got this right. Missing numbers dot reduce. Shouldn't that work? Console.log sum all 1, 9. Why is it not saying anything? Literally not saying anything at all. Did I mess up on the reduce somehow? Seems right, doesn't it? Oh, these, yeah, you're right, Christopher. Because if there's only 1, it would have been fine, but I started with 2. And there we go. 1 and 4, 10. So, have I improved a little bit? Using higher order functions now, and I actually understand them. You think I could have done better than the while loop? Or do you think that's okay? Would you have done something differently? I was just thinking, what's the best way to build an array? And the quickest way that I know is a while loop. You take the beginning and the end and anything in between with the increment. And then we return missing numbers.reduce. We add up everything in the missing numbers array, and then we finally add smallest plus largest. Yeah, you can build the array in one line, I guess. You can? How can you do that? And let's see if we actually pass the test. Yes, we do. Sweet! Gotta remember about the spread operator. And I don't have to use apply and null. So update that node. Christopher, so you still looking for a solution? I'd be curious to know how that works. How you can build an array on one line. Ooh. Array math.max minus math.min plus 1 dot fill. Interesting. Something they haven't shown us. Yeah. I think in the future what will be easiest is just don't give me hints on things that I haven't done or they haven't covered, because then that's when it leads to issues and I'm like, oh, how, and I don't understand, and then I struggle, which is kind of pointless. I need to cover the basics of what they've taught me, and once I've covered the basics and I'm actually done and I'm complete with it, then I can move on to the more advanced stuff, you know, on my own, because then I can tell myself, hey, isn't there an easier way to do this? But there's no point like going the hardest route, you know what I mean? I need to get it done. So I appreciate that you want to show me the more advanced stuff, but it really doesn't help me. Like maybe other people are different, but for me, like I need to find the easiest route that works so that I understand it. And once I understand it, then I can move on to something more advanced. That's like how I've been doing it this whole time. That's the reason why I've managed to get that far, is like make something that just works, even if it's unoptimized, even if it's bad. Because then I can sit there and think, okay, hold on, this is a lot of repetition. This is the easier way. And then I find it and I'm like, oh, that's so cool. Because then in the future, you know, like, okay, maybe the one project that I do is bad because it's like unoptimized, but that's the one project. Because once I've learned, then I can move on to the next project, and then, you know, I'll do it better then. For example, the amount that I learned in that log formatter, now the next project I'll know certain things like looping through elements with a certain tag or whatever, instead of listing them one by one like I did. I know how to do that now. Hey Koof, you've been here for a while lurking? Glad you finally got to say hi. We're doing some fun stuff. Finally getting to challenge myself a little bit. But that's really cool, Christopher. Like, I would never know about film, mainly because they've never explained it. Don't know why. But yeah, that's cool. I'm assuming it's as the name says, it's going to fill something. It's almost like repeat for CSS when you do like the repeat sections. But that's cool, thanks. But I've realized that even though that's on one line, I would probably still end up using a while. Because I don't know about you, but for someone to read code, especially for someone that maybe is not as advanced, your code versus my code, which one do you think is easier to read and easier to understand? Because yeah, I can have it all in one line, but at some point in time you have to ask yourself, is it worth it in terms of how many times are you going to have to answer the question of, but how does this work? Why does it work this way? You know, or having people going to Google and trying figuring it out. Like a while loop is simple, and okay, maybe it's 4 lines longer than yours, but at least it's like easy to read. Everyone should know what a while loop is. While this is true, do this, and then you're done. So I've realized a lot of the times I could do things in one line, and I did that, but then I changed it because I was like, there was this previous, I don't know if you were here, I don't know how long you were here in the chat, but I was doing it in the Stringify one. In fact, let me go back and show you, because that was like a fun one. I really enjoyed that one. I don't know if it's just because it's Game of Thrones, but I enjoyed it. Oh, how did I get here? It was URL. That one. So my answer is not going to be here, so I'm going to have to do it again. But it was pretty cool. So what I first did was formatted string is title dot let me show you. So our output is winter is coming, right? But there might be a space. In one of their examples, this is what it looks like. There's a space in the beginning and then there's like space there, like lots of spaces, right? Do you see that? So we're not going to get the lots of spaces and the space at the end, but we can at least do a bit of cleanup, right? So we can do formatted string is title dot trim, so that I can remove the beginning and the ends, right? So what we need to do is the input is a string with spaces and title case words. The output is a string with spaces between words replaced by a hyphen. The output should be all lowercase letters. The output should not have any spaces. So what we need to do then is we go title dot to lowercase dot trim, so at least it's lowercase and we trim that. Now how do we get those extra spaces out? I'm going to recreate my steps of what I did earlier, including my mistakes, so that you can see. Then I did let return string be formatted string. What was it again? Oh yeah, dot split, right? And then we're going to split it by every space. So let's look at what return string is. So now we got those extra spaces there. And then I went dot join, because I was like, yeah, this is easy. I didn't even look at the output. I was just like, okay, split it by that. Then we're going to join it with hyphens. And I was like, cool, return. But I was like, no, we failed. I was like, I don't understand. Why? Why did we fail? And the reason for that was there were extra hyphens in the output, because every space was replaced with a hyphen. I was like, no. So I had to redo it. And then I thought, what if we used the new function that we learned, which is the method filter, right? Because filter allows you to only return something if it matches a certain condition. I was like, what if when we get the array, we filter out all the empty arrays, right? So I was like, okay, what if we call return string and we call filter on it and we check the element or the L and we say, hey, if L not equal to blank, then we can return the L. Am I missing a there? Right? So now we can return L. and our is only going to be elements that are not empty. And then we need to say let new string be that. So now if we compare that, we will see new string. Oh, there's no empty elements, because when we split them by every space, we included those spaces but as elements, array elements. But now we took the array and removed every empty array. Now we have everything we need. So now all we have to do is let final string equal to new string dot join, and then join them with hyphens, so that final string is now the correct string that we need, right? And then we return final string. And then if we run the test, oh yeah, I changed the global title, so we gotta undo that. It was just to show you. And then we're like, cool, we work. And that's literally what I did. Probably not in the exact same steps, but I had 3 variables. And then I was like, okay, that's cool, it's working. Because that's the most important part. I think a lot of people struggle because they want to do everything in an optimized way, and I say, fuck that shit. Like, you're really going to struggle. You're not going to get anywhere where you're trying to learn. Get it working first. So now we got it working, and that's good. But I wasn't happy with that, because I was like, I wanted to do it in 2 lines max, right? Because I knew I could do trim and join. So now that I got it working, I was like, okay, what can we do here? And then I realized the return string is the formatted string dot split. So I was like, okay, hold on. What if I add dot split to that? We know that works because I've done it before, but we didn't know how to progress past removing the empties. Now we do. We know that we can filter on top of that. So we can go and we can add dot filter that element, and then on top of that we can call dot join by hyphens. Then we can literally remove everything, call this string if we will, and console.log string, and we get the output. And if we check it, it works. And it's like, what? All in one line. Now here's an example of what I was trying to tell you, Christopher, which is like, you can have it all in one line, or you can have it on multiple lines, so that's easier for someone to read on like what's going on. Because, you know, title, 2 lowercase, trim, split, filter, join. There's so much going on. But you can imagine how excited I was when I got this in one line. And I know it doesn't look like one line because of the formatting, but you know, you can just do it like this and then it's one line. But for formatting reason, you don't do it that way. But that is one line. It still works the same. If I go and run, we still pass. It's one line. So yeah, that's what I did today. You can also remove the if constructor inside filter. Oh, true. Yeah, you don't need the if. You just need element not equal to that, and then have the return. It should be that, right? Oh, we still need these. Do we? Remove the brackets and return? Oh, right. That return. Yeah, that's nice. Look at that. You see what I mean? So I would rather be the beginner and not compare myself to you guys, because otherwise I'll constantly struggle and, you know, not understand why things aren't working. So I'd rather write my code and let it be a bit of a mess, even though it's easier to read because it's multiple lines, but it still works, than have to do something like this now. Because I managed to get it shorter, but now even shorter, and I was like, what? Because just, let's be honest, L bracket L not equal to, for anyone that's a beginner, I didn't even know what's going on. So they're not going to understand that. So I'd rather get it working, and then from there, see if there's a better way to do it. But you also have to balance readability. How many people are actually going to be able to read that without you in your mind knowing what you are trying to achieve? Because you know what trim is, you know what split is, you know what filter is, you know all these methods, but the moment you start chaining them so many times, you have to like really sit there and try to figure out what was this person trying to do. Okay, so they're trying to turn that to lowercase, okay, they trimmed that, so they removed the extra spaces, then they split them. It's so much to read in one line, whereas if you did it multiple lines, you could be like, okay, step by step. I was trying to have that mindset today, but I didn't get things to work anyways. Oh, what were you trying to do, Koof? That was my biggest struggle, I'm not gonna lie. That's why when I did that log formatter, it helped me so much. Because I think a lot of the times you guys didn't know how to help me because you didn't know what I was trying to do. So I was left to do my own thing. And it ended up being a lot of code, but I mean it worked. The important thing is it worked. There were no issues. And then once it worked, then it allows me to actually go and seek a way for it to maybe, you know, be a bit more optimized. Because there's probably a lot that I can change. It's on GitHub, so I mean you guys can now critique me all you like. Be like, this could be changed, that could be changed. You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate that. Like, I want to learn, don't get me wrong. It's just, teach me the basics first. Don't teach me the advanced stuff, because if I don't even know the basics, you're gonna sit here wondering why I don't get it. And I mean, it's not hard to understand why. If I don't even know the basics, why are you teaching me the advanced stuff? You know what I mean? You gotta start somewhere. And I don't know, maybe some people can do the advanced stuff, but yeah, I feel it's a very big jump, especially in the coding world, to just go from beginner to advanced. Like, you gotta start somewhere. WebSocket stuff, Koof. Who else was working on WebSockets? You spoke to them in the chat. I wonder if it was... Ooh, I don't know if Testosterone is still here, but I know he was working on the API for one thing, and I think you might have mentioned WebSockets at one point. All I know is that's a way for data to be communicated, right? That's all I know. So like for your application to like communicate with something. I know some games used it. You're going to work with Socket.io? Really? Okay. Well, then I'll get there. So let's move on then. So we solved this. And thanks again, by the way, Christopher, for showing me that one-liner. That's just crazy. It just shows you that there's always a way. So you know what mindset I'm gonna have? Do it in the easiest way possible for you, but keep in mind in the back of your mind that there's probably a way to do it in one line. Because that's, yeah. If you do it in multiple declarations, you can change those declarations. That's what I've learned. Like, remember in the day, like, I didn't know that you could chain higher order functions. I was doing map by itself and then filter by itself. And then I think it was Virani, either you or Virani, that mentioned that you could chain them. I was like, what? No way, my mind was blown. Basically, when a WebSocket is connected, I want my backend to fetch data until something is true and send it to the front end. So like a while loop. So like, wait, that's like a listener, right? Don't you refer to that as a listener? So it's listening, and then when something happens... Okay. Is it like something as simple as a variable? Like does a variable change, or is it a user action? Because if it's a user action, can't you just have a event handler that tracks that and then updates the variable, and then your socket detects the variable change and then does whatever it needs to do? Or am I like not understanding that? Or is that the idea, but you don't know how to get the implementation working? Thing is that it's not the front end that triggers the request. Oh. So what happens? Like a user does something. But I mean, surely the user does something for it to happen? Or like, because you're saying... oh wait, so is it not front end at all? It's all in the back end. Because if it's not in the front end at all, then okay, that makes sense. And then, yeah, I don't think I can comment any further. Because I've not worked with any server-side stuff yet. At all. Though I'm excited to. A user does nothing. He waits for the backend. Okay, fair enough. Well, then I can't really say anything. Yeah. Tesla does Express.js. So everything's done for them. Nice and easy. Anyway. What we have to do now is sum all numbers in... Wait. I thought I skipped this page. Onwards! With our victory! Diff two arrays. Differentiate? Is that what they mean? Compare two arrays and return a new array with any items only found in one of the two given arrays, but not both. In other words, return the symmetric difference of the two arrays. Okay. Okay, so first thing that comes to my mind is a for loop. When I say for loop, you know, it could be for each, it could be map, it could be one of the high order functions. Just a loop that checks if value x is in array y, and if it's not, pushes it to a new array. Now you guys probably say that there's a function that exists already, or there's something that I could do. But clearly I don't know about it, because the first thing my mind jumps to is check if the value exists in the other array, and if it doesn't, push it to a new array. So I'm going to build it in a way that works, and then we can look at, is there a better way to do it? Unless I think of something in my head right now, but nothing's coming to my mind. Can we use reduce? We could do... Okay, so here's the thing that I want to get. How do we pass two arrays to reduce? Is that even possible? Because what I'm thinking is, if I had reduce, here's what I want to do. Reduce these two so that I get 1 and 1, and then I compare. Is 1 equal to 1? Do nothing. But then the other issue is, what if this isn't 1, but 1 is there? I would have to filter the array first. Oh, and it's not just number values. It's not just integers, there's strings as well. There's Minecraft, look! No, why do I think Minecraft? These are blocks in Minecraft, but it's probably not Minecraft. It's probably all the modding I've been doing in Minecraft by diorite, andesite, grass, dirt, pink wool. These seem to be in order, but what if they're not? They don't have a case where it's not in order. Was about to say the same. There's a cookie monster. So these are all in order, but what if they're not in order? You know what I mean? Holy shit, so it's gonna take from both arrays if both don't exist. And if it's completely empty, we need to... Okay, let's sort the array first. I don't trust them. And usually it can be in any order. So technically I don't have to sort it, but I can't see an example of theirs where it's not sorted, you know what I mean? The plus side of sorting it means that, oh, but I can't rely on... Actually, we don't have to sort. We do index of. We're going to use index of. So array 1. We're going to do a for each, I think. I want to console.log L, make sure I get all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 5, sorry. And what I want to do is we're going to console log L dot index of this has I, right? So index. No, actually it's not that. That's not what I want to do. I need to... How do I know what's not missing? Because I do index of and I put a string in there. Or a number. So if I did 4, why is this not logging? Is there an error here? Oh, array 2 dot index of. I need the array, not the element. So when I said 4, it said 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so it's there. Whereas if I said 6, it's going to be -1 because it doesn't exist. The only problem with this is how do I know that 4 is there if I don't know about it yet? Because I'm not going to know about it. I'm manually testing it now. So how do I get 4? Is the question here. Because I can run a for each. I could do a check if it does, if the current element exists on the other side. And if it's -1, it doesn't exist. Actually, yeah. Actually, that could work. I have 2 loops, one for array 1 and one for array 2. So, yeah. Yeah. So, console.log array2.index of, and we set this to index of L, and then they all exist. So it's like cool, we exist, we do nothing. Then I copy this array 2 for each array 1, right? And then the difference here is we should get a -1 for the 1, and for the one that we get a -1, we need to push it. So this is where we're going to have a if array 1. Hold on, just copy and paste this. So index of is equal to -1, then new array dot push L. So then if I check console.log new array, we should have 4. Yes, we do. Sweet. So I need to do the exact same here. So this one just changes to if array2 index of L is -1. So now we got our loop, and the moment that I write duplicate code is the moment I know that there's probably a better way. But at least we're getting it working. So now that we got that working, wait, is that technically all I would have to do? Let's check and see. So this should return an empty array apparently. Will it return an empty array? I guess, because it's empty, nothing's outputting. This should return Piglet 4. Let's see if it does. Because Piglet is there and 4 is there, so they're both in separate places. We got Piglet 4, yay! And we're omitting 1, so we're only giving 1 array. How will it handle us only passing in 1 argument? It gives us everything! Oh, no ways! Okay, so I guess let's see if we passed or failed. Yes! Nice! We did it, guys! And that didn't take long. Do you guys remember how long I would have struggled? Like, let's be honest. How long would I have struggled with this in the past? Because this is kind of complicated. It still made me think a little bit. Like, I still struggled. I was like, how do I get the value from the one side to this side? Because it's like easy to do index of if you're only testing one side, but the other side could be missing. And what if one side is missing 1 and the other side's also missing 1? What then? And you can't rely on the index of if index 0 is equal to index 0 because the order could be different. This one doesn't care about order, it just checks if the element exists. And if it doesn't exist, we push that element. Okay, so Christopher's idea is just write a function for your repeating code. Yeah, that's actually really smart. So let me see how I'll do that. It would probably be compare arrays, and that's gonna take array, and it's gonna be I can't use, wait, I can use array. Array dot for each will basically be this. For each if array dot index of L. Oh, I need the other array. Because it needs to know what's the first array and what's the second array, unless there's another way. Hold on, but this doesn't take into account the other side where you could make an array prototype. See, this way it gets like even more complicated now. For a project that would be good, but for the scope of just this tutorial it's a bit overkill. Because I just realized I need to check if, otherwise I'd have to do an else, but then that ends up being as long as this, if I have to do an else. Because I need to do an else if first array, index of L, is -1. With swap parameters. Yeah. Oh yeah, true. I just swapped the parameters around. Because then I can do return compare arrays. Oh, can't do that. I have to keep it to, I have to call it basically compare arrays, array 1, array 2, compare arrays, array 2, array 1. That should populate our array. Then we don't need these arrays, that function. And then we should still pass. Yeah. So that's neater, at least. It's better. Instead of doing equal to equal to equal to -1, I could also just do if second array index of L. And then just add a not here. You know, like a not. If not second array index of. But your function is mutating stuff outside its scope. You talk about mutating new array, right? That's the only thing it should be mutating. Oh, it could be adding to new arrays. That is what you're referring to, right? It's mutating new array, right? Yes, that's what. Yeah, just saying that would be against. Yeah. The paradigm is don't mutate things. The point is, in this case, we want it to be mutated. That is what we want. We want to keep adding to new array. If that was our purpose. If we didn't want it to mutate, then you would do. Okay, so you guys gave me a challenge. Let us not mutate. So no mutation, huh? Okay, I got you. Guys, wanna make my life difficult? No problem. Got you. I see an oopsie. Yeah, I see one too. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Not the declaration here, that should be fine. Calling the function with the return value. Oh, okay. I see the issue. I need a return array here, but will I have access to that array outside of the scope? Then we just define it there. Return array. Then, for no mutation at all. How about this, guys? You guys are gonna love this. I'm gonna get like so many what did I want to say? I'm gonna get so many Craigasms for this one. I'll fix the indentation now. I just want to make sure that's everything. Yeah, it is. Okay. Better? Like that? How's that? No mutations. Even these are not mutated. We took check array 1 and we concat check array 2. Outside of it. So that we didn't touch array 1 or array 2 or our initial array. Well, technically I should do return array, or as they call it, what was it? New array? They call it a new array, right? Should be check array 1 dot concat check array 2. There we go. And then if we do console.log check array 1, any mutations? It's empty. Console.log check array 2. It's got our 4. So yeah, no mutations. You guys like that? Amazing. That was fun. So yeah, I'm gonna do one more, and then I think I'm gonna call it a night. Been just over 4.5 hours. I had a lot of fun. Got through all the functional stuff. Tomorrow's gonna be a day full of challenges. Last 4 line could be in 1 line, but yeah, it works. Last 4 line. Last 4 line. Last 4. Last 4. That makes no sense to me. Last 4. Where's the last? This is the last line. 4. Of the function. Last 4 line. 1. So the 4th from the bottom. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That can be in one line? You're probably referring to the if. Why does it not work? Not second array.index of L, then array.push. Like, shouldn't that work? This array is in a bad place. You should be there, or what? Oh, you meant that, sorry. I was trying to do the if in one line. Oh, the last 4 lines. Yeah, right. Sorry, yeah. Clearly, long day. That makes sense now. Compare arrays, array 1, array 2, dot concat. Compare. Ah, yeah, that's smart. Like that. That's very nice, Christophers. And we don't need all of that. Look at that. Nope. Why did I put that in there? What the hell? There. Nicely done. Okay, last one, because I really need the break. Seek and destroy. Yes. Oh. You will be provided with an initial array. The first argument if the destroyer in the destroyer function, followed by 1 or more arguments. Okay, I can already see we're going to use the rest parameter. Remove all elements from the initial array that are of the same value as these arguments. Oh, that sounds easy. Probably not going to be easy, but that sounds easy. That sounds easy. That sounds easy. Oh, it sounds so easy, guys. And then he sits here waiting. Okay, hold on. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3? But where's the 2 and the 3? Where's this? Where's the rest of it? Am I missing something? It gave me the array. Is it because I can't see it now? But in the browser I will be able to. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Where's the others? Where's the 2 and 3? Shouldn't I have gotten an array and then a 2 and then a 3? No? It's the expected value. No, it's not. It's not the expected value. That's what needs to be removed, but I need to know what to remove so that I can remove it, but what the fuck? At first I thought it was carrying, but it's not, because they're all part of the one argument. Or one argument. I know, right? Code Wars. Where's the 2 and the 3? What is going on? Is this an error on their side? I'm gonna reload. The R second and third parameters, you only console.log the first. Yeah, but I'm used to it giving me, if I log the parameter. Oh, because comment 2 and 3, right, because it's not listing them here as 2 or 3. Oh, yes. That makes sense. That makes sense, right, because the only one that is actually physically listed is array, so if I call array I'm gonna get the first one. Right, that makes sense. That makes sense. So I need to, wasn't it arguments? Yeah, but it's gonna be arguments, so if I go 1, I should get, yeah, cool, perfect. We're back in the game. So let's go back to our array for each. Well, that's good code. What's good code? What's good code? So if equal to, can I use arguments like that? I could just use the index of destroyer function. It does what it says it does, huh? I wanted to spread it, but why can't I spread? I can't. Okay, let me just get it working and then we'll come back to what I want to do. Because now I'm gonna OR it, and I don't want to OR it. So we'll come back to this and fix it. Slice or splice? I think it was slice. Or was it splice? I think slice? Was it index minus 1? No, it wasn't. Or was it splice? I can't... Yeah, it was splice, not slice. Damn their names. They need to change them. Why are we getting a 1? We shouldn't get a 1, we should get a 1-1. It should be an array of 1s. Oh, doubles for ors. Thank you. It clearly counted that though, but I'm still only getting the first one. What did it do to the other one? For each element, if element is arguments 1 or if it's either 2 or 3, splice that array at the index. You're gonna watch a Game of Thrones recap? Awesome! I hope you enjoyed, Christopher's. Have a lot of fun. And I'll see you probably sometime tomorrow. Ah, so it's working. The only problem is we're removing one too many of the ones. It's strange. How is that possible? It should never remove a 1. Because we are only checking for 2 and 3. And 1 does not have 2 or 3, so why would it... Unless I'm using splice wrong. Let's look up splice again. Splice. Removes items to and from a return... It returns the removed items. Okay, but... Index, an integer that specifies at what position to add remove items using it. Okay. The number of items to be removed. If set to 0, no items will be removed. Oh, I should probably say 1. That's probably the reason. Only one of them needs to be... 1, 3, 1, 3. What the hell? 2? Why'd you say 2? That's weird. What? So you say 2 and it removes 2, but that's not what you want to do. Array.splice. Okay, maybe it's not splice, because I know you also got slice. And one mutates, the other one doesn't. Slice doesn't mutate. Let's see what slice does. I think it's working. The only problem is it starts from... Yeah. That stops working completely now. Array.slice. I wonder if it's because I'm mutating the array as it's going through it. And it's getting smaller and smaller each time. Let me test that theory. let new array dot concat array cool. Why is it not concating? It should combine new array. Oh. There you go. Okay. Then we can run it through new array so that we know we're not slicing, but then we're gonna slice array. So then we can splice. It still returns 1. So it's not that. My theory was it was that. And the weird thing is, if I go 2, then it leaves it, but that's not going to work for every scenario. Because that's just how many elements to remove. If I did 3, if I removed 4, if I removed 5, how does that work? That's what I thought. What is the issue? Do you guys see anything weird that I might be doing wrong? Because I am calling splice on the index. Otherwise, what's another way of removing something from an array? Using index of... Oh! I'm using index instead of index of. That's why. And I should use slice. Or is it splice? I get confused now! Splice mutates. We want to mutate array. Screw it. And then it's either L plus 1 or L minus 1? Wait. Oh my god, I've been checking for the arguments this whole time instead of not checking for them. It should be if not. If the element is not equal to... No wait, it has to be. What am I saying? But now why are we getting 2, 3 and 2, 3? 2 and 3 is what we want to remove. Where's the ones? If 1 equal to 2, so why is it not even printing out the ones? Where's the ones? Are there any ones? There are. Why is it not printing ones out? If 1 equal to 2, false, so it doesn't print it. Oh, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. We want the ones that don't match. We want 2, 3, 2, 3. I'm sorry. This is the reason why I wanted to go. It's that time. L dot index of. We get L index of L, and we need to do array. So then, now that we know that that's working, I was missing array by the way out of index of statement. We should be able to do that. Array.index of L. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Do I need L minus 1? L plus 1? Do I need... I needed the 1, that's why. Does that work now? Ah, almost works. 3, 5, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 5 should return 1. Possum, Trollo, 12, Safari, Hotdog, 90. This is some random stuff. Okay, let's try to figure out what is going on here. Why are we failing on this one? So that I can figure out what's wrong with my code. We return Trollo as well. Oh, because there's multiple arguments. We're not taking into account the other arguments. How can I use all of the arguments with spread? But can you use spread in an if? I don't think you can. That's the problem. I'd need a for each, wouldn't I? God damn it. So I'd have to do something like arguments. But it has to be... What's argument 0? That's gonna be the first one they pass in, right? Possum, Trollo. I need everything after that that isn't 0. Destructuring. How does destructuring work again? Destructuring is when you say let you do, was it dot dot dot? You have array dot dot dot, and then you do equal to array. Let's Google destructuring quick. Because I think we're gonna have to use destructuring. I just can't remember the syntax. Oh, you have to use brackets? I don't think I can use array there. Alright, you don't do the let or anything. Ah. Oh, so array arguments needs to be the ... one. What am I doing wrong? This is so frustrating now. Oh, I don't have the closing bracket. So that should have worked now. Console.log first arg gives us nothing. Array args gives us nothing either. What? Do I have to ... arguments? I don't think I do. We got nothing. Even arguments is empty. What the hell? Nothing is working.
Search for dollars.
Really? I think the entire console just broke. Okay, that's fine. It's the moment I... Okay, so nothing is working past this, whatever we did here. Oh, it should be arg? I thought it's arguments, because arguments is the array that has all the arguments, right? It's built in. So I wanted first arg to have that first argument that they passed in, that array. Alright. It should be ... array args. Then array args will be an array with the rest of them. That should be the rest. AB ... rest is equal to... or the array of them. The first thing it passes in is an array. So I wonder if it's because it's an array. The rest of them is just strings. Do you see an issue? Arguments is an object with string keys. That's why you have to write with brackets. Oh, so I need brackets? You mean like inside of first args? No, that didn't work. That needs to be arguments. That didn't work. What are you suggesting I change? If it is an object, then I should be using this instead. Nope. That doesn't work. It's an array. It's definitely an array because you can index it. Argument 0, arguments 1, arguments 2. So argument 0 gives us the first one. And then the rest we get. So why isn't this working? Why is this destructuring not working? Have you worked with destructuring before, Koof? Do you have any idea how that would work then? Because it's an array that they pass first. Do you see that? And then the rest are just normal strings. That's what makes me think if I need to have the brackets. Like first arg. But no, that gives me nothing. Console.log array.isArray arguments. False. It's not. Oh, so arguments are. Then why can you index it like 0 and 1? It's an object. But arrays are objects, but yeah, that's weird. Oh. So then, this should be all wrapped up like this, right? It should use that first. But then why are we getting errors? It should console.log arguments. Object. Yeah, arguments. No, I got that earlier. But let me just check the console, the full console. Stop bouncing. Stop bouncing! God, I hate their Babel thing so much. They mess it up so badly. So badly. Look at this. Can't work with it. Good job. Do it in Visual Studio, yeah. It's fine. Okay, so 1. So just... Okay, so 0. So, by that logic... 0... do you do it for objects? You just do P and Q and whatever. What the hell? So it's just a key number. So in this case, 0. But that can't be right. Because 1 can't be a variable. Oh. Right. But why am I still getting an error? Oh, because I gotta assign the variables, so I need a let. Finally, we're getting somewhere. So now I should be able to get the first arg. No? Apparently not. Any ideas? Goofs? I log first arg and it's doing nothing. We get undefined. Oh, you want me to use brackets now? Why does that work? But then why do they say for object destructuring we should use curly braces? Do you see this? Do you see? That's what makes me think it's an array. Because look, for objects you use a curly bracket. So that means... yeah, I don't know. Weird, right? There's first arg. Well, I got what I needed. And by the time I got what I needed, I'll probably forget what I needed to do. It was array arg array dot for each. We're gonna have a for each in here. I can't use L again. I'm gonna call it L2, why not? And then inside of that, for each argument now, if L2 equal to the element. There we go. Then we don't need this anymore. Then we need to somehow array dot splice array dot index of which L? I think L2. Okay. Console.log array. Console.log arguments, I don't need that. Console.log array, why is nothing happening? Because something broke again, didn't it? F. Just pay F for respects, you know. Something broke somewhere, and I'm willing to bet it is not inside that array. It's in this array. The arguments array, which is an array, hopefully, dot for each. Close that. Why is that not working? Will that work? No. So it doesn't work at all. argArray.for each. Console. Hold on. Does our F work? It does. And our argArray? It's just one thing. A yacht. Oh, because we didn't dot it. There we go. Phew. Okay. But that still doesn't... There you go, because it wasn't an array. There we go. So the possum thingy one should return 129265. Yes! Does that mean we got it working? Let's find out. Yes. Oh, that was a nightmare and a half. That was an absolute nightmare. Wow. But it's things that we haven't really worked on before. Destructuring, which I'm not that clued up with. And then, yeah, it was mainly destruction. I knew what I wanted to do, which is get the array of the arguments and then loop through every argument. And then if that element is the same as the other element that we're checking, remove it from our array. Wow. Well, we did it. That's it. It's done. It's complete. Definitely gonna have to go back and look at destructuring. But yeah. I guess the rest of the stuff we can pick up tomorrow. I'm excited. We did quite a bit today. I wonder how far we'll get with the challenges. We'll have to see, because it's not things that we have to learn now. It's basically things that's already been covered. And using whatever skills that we have at our disposal to solve them. But yeah, that's it. That's done. Thank you to everyone that came through again. I really appreciate it as always. And I look forward to hopefully getting done with these the advanced algorithm scripting, the intermediate, because that means we can start working on the projects then, which is exciting. There's 4 projects, at least 2 of them I'm really excited for. So yeah, I guess until then, until tomorrow, bye for now.